So hello again. YouTube is glitching out a little bit. So we're having a little bit of a hard time getting the live going, but if it doesn't work this time, then we'll just wing it. Because I'm not going to fret over it. There we go. Now it says I'm live.
I'm not going to fret over it.
There we go. Alright, welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. We need to go back to Eve today. What up? I figured I'll go live until we figure out something else to play. Get a little bit of Kerbaling in. There's still so much left to do in this game, but so little at the same time. So, what we need to do... Dude, I'm addicted to this game. I wish I had mods. I wish I had mods. Let's get the lander out, because... One of the downsides to this craft is that we have not stuck any form of science on this ship at all. And it's already 66 tons. But it has a Delta V budget of 2141, so I mean... There's that. It should... Big old should... be able to go down to Eve no problem. One thing I was wondering though is, do you think we should throw on some of these bad boys? It covers the window. I don't like it when it covers the window. So what we can do, maybe just do two-way symmetry? And then do two-way symmetry? But I wonder if it's gonna encroach on that. We may have to move our... What about here? No, we know that's a bad idea already. You know what we might end up doing? Let's see. We'll put those there for just a quick second. The part I'm concerned, it shouldn't. It shouldn't cause any problems. That'll cause problems. Ugh. Here, decisions. I don't want to cover the windows up. That'd be weird, right? Let's go see what other options we have available. Hey, welcome in, everybody. Let's see. What can we do to power this monstrosity? You know, we could do this, and then that would do that. That would power it. You know what? I think we're gonna go with that. I don't know. One of the problems I have is I really don't know what's gonna work for this and what's not. Because the other thing I'm really worried about is the atmosphere on Eve is gonna be extremely dangerous. So what we're gonna need to do in that case is probably put a heat shield down here. Let's see what that would look like. We're gonna need coupler. What is this? Grabbing arm? I want to see what this is. You can't... How do you... Well, that's weird, right? I'm not sure what that does. I'm not sure how to use that one, guys. I really don't know. What did I come here for? Oh, right. We'll put that here, maybe, and then put this here. Because what this will do is that. So when we drop down into... So when we drop down into Eve's atmosphere... Hey, Jittery! Good morning, good sir. We are in the midst of over-engineering the living hell out of a lander. That's probably going to have to be launched separately, because we are already sitting at almost 70 tons. Oh my lord, this thing is heavy. But I don't know exactly what is going to be needed for an Eve landing here. And I mean... I could probably get rid of this. I could probably get rid of this, because I can't really think of a reason why we would need it. But we are going to have to add this. And then because we added that, we'll probably want to add, no, we don't want four-way symmetry for this. Well, before we do that, yeah, I'm intending to drop this into Eve and then be able to come back up. Oh, that works out great. That works out all right. But I've never done this before, so I'm not 100% sure what all is necessary. So, because Eve has such a thick atmosphere, we have 4 Terrier engines. Well, we have 4 Terrier engines and a swivel, just because I'm not 100% sure. I'm just not 100% sure what is going to be necessary. So the current plan is to put this bad boy up in orbit around Kerbal. And then we're going to take the Jittery Jet Mark II and put that up in orbit and rendezvous with the lander. We will dock with the lander at this docking port. We will transfer the landing crew down into the lander for the trip out to Eve. Once we get to Eve, we will disconnect, and the lander will descend onto Eve. Now, ideally, it will go completely smooth right before. The only thing I'm really nervous about is how to make sure that I get a not I don't want to land in an ocean because I'm pretty sure Eve has oceans of methane. So the only X factor that I haven't figured out a plan for, good or bad, is how I intend on doing that. But we have parachutes, we have air brakes. Eve's has a super thick atmosphere, so I'm hoping that between the parachutes, the air brakes, and the inflatable heat shield, we can stay stable and be okay. Now, the other thing that I'm kind of nervous about is the solar panels being right here. I was thinking maybe we go for a slightly smaller solar panel setup, or even maybe get rid of the solar panels and do a fuel cell. I thought we had a nuclear engine. Ah, right here. Square. But that only generates 0.8 per second. And that's 24 per second. We could always go with the retractable 1x6, which is 1.6 per second each. And the only real requirement we have. This sounds simple. Yeah, I'm making it sound way more simple than it really is. But I'm so nervous because I can't test anything out. We pretty much have to build it and send it, and that's how we're going to test it. So now we're going to do... Oh, we do need communications on this thing. Ugh. That's a relay antenna. Those are relay antennas. We'll probably stick a communitron. Oh, I guess we're sticking it right there. That looks alright, I guess. No, I don't like it. I like this one. Wait, what's this one? Let's see... Antenna rating 100 Gs. I don't think I've ever used this one before. Oh! That's cool. Oh, yeah, I like that. Whoop. Oh, we're going to go ahead and use that. But should I leave it there, or should I put it somewhere where it's safer? I'll leave it there for now. What was I thinking about? Oh, science. Since we need science, I guess I can get rid of this and trade it out for Science Junior. And then on the back of the Science Junior... And I guess, in all honesty, I really don't have to worry about science. We have finished our tech tree completely. But I mean, what's the point in going if we're not going to collect some science, right? So we got that. I would really love to be able to shove some more science onto here, but We're a little bit limited. I could do this like this, and we can move this over a little, move this right here, put this like that. I think that's the most science we're gonna get out of this bad boy. So many decisions to make. But yeah, the biggest problem I have is I just don't know what to expect out of the big bad Eve. So we have 2,144 meters per second. We have 5 engines. We have 4 Terriers and a swivel. We have a heat shield that's detachable. So I'd be willing to bet that landing on that thing is a bad idea. Yeah, I think landing on that would be a bad idea, so we're probably going to want to jettison that before we hit the ground, assuming, of course, that we hit solid ground and not a methane lake. Now, in the command pod, we have room for a pilot, an engineer, and a scientist. Why? I don't know. I can't tell you. We could probably save quite a bit of weight if we got rid of... Now there's an idea. What if we got rid of this module? Hold on. Let's just... Wait. Before we do that, let's... Save craft. Did it save? Yeah. Alright, so... Come on. Let's... get rid of that. Why can't I use the lander now? Why can't I use the lander now? That's fine. We needed... We needed this anyway. What the hell? Okay. Not sure why it did all that nonsense. Where is the Tetralander Mark II? There it is. So apparently we can't get rid of that? What if I... Buddy! You said that's not gonna work. What specifically? Oh, never mind. Oh, got it. I was behind. Yeah, the stream lags a little bit behind sometimes. What if I put a remote guidance unit on it? Remote guidance unit on it first, and then reroute to here. And then, oops. And then get rid of this? Yeah, now we can modify it. Alright. So, we got the remote guidance unit. which takes away the need for the pilot. The ladder still goes down. So how much weight did that save us? We're still at 66 tons. How much is that? That's only 1.8 tons. That really didn't save us a whole lot. How much is the remote guidance unit? That's half a ton. MTM stage. What is that? It's kind of cool. We're not using it right now, but still kind of cool. Alright. So that really didn't save us any actual weight. So we're just gonna... Yeah, I'm trying really hard to figure it out. No, don't save. I'm trying hard to figure it out, because one of the downfalls of playing on console as opposed to PC is I can't just spawn it and over Eve and test everything out. So I don't know what's going to work and what's not. Oh wait, this is the Mark 1. We don't want the Mark 1. We want the Mark 2. I really don't know what's viable and what's not. There we go. That's much better. A lot of my time in KSP, I have about 130 hours so far, and I would say probably 40 or 50 hours of that is, hey, let's go try this. Nope, it didn't work. Try again. That's pretty much what it's been. But I'm thinking between parachutes, because we have one... It has raw delta V for orbit. It should be, let's see, as long as it has the raw delta V, has the raw delta V for orbit from sea level, it should be okay. Your Terrier engines are going to basically be awful for taking off. Oh, see, that's the kind of stuff I really don't know. I was hoping that the Terriers along... Come on. Where's my... There it is. So, the Terriers are going to be a no-go. So, let's see... Let's see what we can do about that. Engines. Spark, probably not. Yeah, Eve does have more thicker of an... You're not wrong. You're very, very right. 205, 240... What would be a good... The Whiplashed... the Rhino... The Spider... Yeah, you're right. 14 kilonewtons. The Aerospike isn't bad. Which one's the Aerospike? The Ramjet. Good at... Alright, let's see if we can't do the Aerospike. Spark. Twin bore. Aerospike is near the bottom. Oh, Aerospike right there. So we have 4 Aerospikes and a swivel. And we can shut the swivel down if we can mess with them if we need to. So that gives us, let's double check my Delta V requirements to get off of Eve. Let's double check that. Where is my cheat sheet? Did I put it here? No, where did I put it? Ah, cheat sheet right there. Alright, so in order to get off of Eve... Oh my god. 8,000? We are nowhere near 8,000 meters per second. Holy crap. That's not a good thing. That's not good at all. 8,000 meters per second to go from Eve to orbit. Another 13,000 to go from circular. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, and I haven't been able to get the asparagus staging to work on the console version. So, hold on. Let me show you what I've gotten so far on asparagus. Oh, which one was it? I think it was the Mark 8. Was it the Mark 8, guys? Help me out. Was it the Mark 8? Let's see. I think it was the Mark 8. Nope, not the Mark 8. Oh, yeah, Mark 8. So... the Mark 8... and then... how did I see this before? Fuel overlay. So... I've tried asparagus staging, but I haven't been able to get it to work right. So you can see that what I want to happen is ideally I would like to drain the top down and then get rid of it, and then drain top down and get rid of it. But no matter how I try this, I have not been able to get the asparagus staging to work properly for anything. And someone told me when I spent like 2 or 3 hours trying to tweak different numbers and get everything to work, and they said it could just be a problem with the console version itself. But this is the Mark 8. It's an all-in-one lander. It's got lots of boost to it, but if I could get the asparagus staging to work properly on this, I think it would be a really good machine. But this was my first attempt at asparagus staging. Let me see what the Mark 9 looks like. I can't remember which ones were utilizing the asparagus staging. Mark 8. That's the Mark 8. We were just here. The Mark 9, I think, uses SRBs. The Mark 9... yep, the Mark 9 went back to the SRB system. Right? Yeah. That's an SRB. The Mark 9 was a failed idea. We never launched this one. This was my... this was a failed experiment. It never even launched. This was my attempt at trying to make something that could land and drill and then refuel and take off. Yeah, you have to. The Mark 9 is the idea with the Mark 9 was that it was supposed to launch, and of course once it got to orbit it would have this all would be gone, and then it would use the side boosters to get out to Minmus or the Mun or wherever it was going to go, and then the side boosters would get lost on the way, and then it would land with the center stage intact. And the idea was to refuel it using the components down here, and once it was refueled, it would separate from here. And, you know, Minmus has a minimum amount of gravity, so being able to use the just regular ants and whatever I put here, I think that was the ant, or the thud, not the ant. Using the thuds, it would theoretically be able to get back to Kerbin and then re-enter and be okay. But we've never even tested this idea, because... what was the reason? Oh yeah, my thrust-to-weight ratio on launch is abysmal. With all the weight, it was 1.07. And then stage 2, 0.19. Yeah, I just didn't think the numbers were, the numbers on this bad boy weren't suitable enough to even try to launch it. So we never even tried. And then, hold on, I can show you some of the more successful ones that we've had, because the Mark 10 has been the strongest of the Getsuga line. The Mark 10 has been a super reliable vehicle. The Mark 10 consists of 6... Yeah, that's the thing, is I've been, every time I tried to switch out my SRBs without asparagus staging working properly, I end up with a really bad overall Delta V. The reason that this works so well is because with the SRBs attached, this SRB system, hold on, you know what, I'll show you the Jittery Jet. The Jittery Jet is our current... So here's the Jittery Jet. This is the current strongest we have. And so the only reason this system works is because the SRBs alone... So I don't fire the main stage engine. You can see my staging process here. The SRBs fire, and with the SRBs, hold on, we can get 1.34 thrust-to-weight ratio, which this alone gets us up to about 40 to 50 kilometers, and then we stage it. And once the main stage fires here, it delivers a 1.10 thrust-to-weight ratio, which is not super accurate, but you know what? You know what we're going to do? Bill, Bob, and Jeb. Alright. I can just show you. We'll just do a bullshit launch real quick. Because the SRBs get us up to thin atmosphere. And then by the time that the SRBs are... Yeah, the console version is a difficult beast to wrangle. It's super difficult. The controls are hard to manage, and a lot of the systems are extremely finicky. But the Jittery Jet, this is the flight, you know, this is the main craft that we've been using lately. If I don't push wrong buttons. I'm really popular for pushing wrong buttons. Thanks, Jittery, dude, I appreciate you. I get to talking and rambling and I forget to say the streamer things I'm supposed to say. Holy crap, 1K. Oh, dude. Yeah. I've gotten a lot of advice and help from people. Jittery helped me out a lot. And then since we don't use boosters to get the clearance that we need, we get this little bit of a spin move going. And then the centrifugal force takes that away. And then we fire our main boosters to get out of the way before they fall. And then, oh, come on. Come on, baby. Don't go crazy on me now. I'm trying to show off for the public. There we go. I love watching that happen. Alright, now that we have a little bit of clearance, I just do this in the name of efficiency, because I can plan out the maneuver. Just like that. And now we'll probably have around 1500-ish, 1400-ish Delta V left in this stage, and then we still have nearly 7000 Delta V in the nuclear stage as well. So this is why the jittery jet is our most powerful tool right now, because we have 5 nuclear engines with no. So the main stage, from here up, the orbital stage actually has 5 nuclear engines and no oxidizer whatsoever. And then we can just So typically, once we circularize our orbit, we have enough left in the main booster to get us started on anywhere we want to go. And then once we get that burn started, it usually gets finished off nicely by the nuclear stage. And I would love to be able to play with mods. I've seen so many really cool mods in this game. Some of them have me drooling. Like, I would love the Outer Planets mod. I would really love to play the Firefly mod. I wasn't paying attention. But yep, multiplayer would be sick. I would love a multiplayer mod where you could have multiple people controlling different aspects of the mission at the same time. I would be more than willing to design and build a craft that you could land all the boosters. I don't understand how you PC players do it, because I've seen a lot of PC players that do. Hey, Bubba Gamer, thank you so much for dropping in, guys. Actually, I think that's a really good transfer window to Eve. Hold on, let me double check my cheat sheet. Where's my transfer cheat sheet? Yeah, we're almost out of transfer. We might as well just go to Eve. I mean, might as well. Yeah, Firefly, that's a mod that I would really love to have. Along with the Outer Planet mods, The Kerbal Engineer. I would love to have Kerbal Engineer at this point. Oh, that's another thing that we discovered about the console version is I cannot do EVA mechanics. I don't have that option. Let's just see what kind of intercept we could get. Let's see what kind of intercept we could get if we were going to do it. Nope. I'm going to get the DLCs, but for the sake of my very first playthrough on the very first, time ever playing, I wanted to try to do the vanilla. Completely vanilla, no mods, no DLCs. So this time of playing, I've done complete vanilla. You need to reroute it. I respect it. Yeah. That was just the only reason I did it, was because I really wanted to try and do a full vanilla playthrough on a console. I figured that would be the hardest way to play. Oh, I think I went down too far. No, I'm going that. Come on, get me my intercept. Well, one of them adds robotics parts. DLCs gives you bigger engine, fuel tanks, more class. Yeah, it does. I am gonna get them. I know I am, especially if I can. The other one adds big parts and missions. Ah, come on, guys, you're making me drool over it. All right, hold on. What if I do this? Nope, that's not working. But yeah, no. I am gonna get the DLCs that are offered on console. But the goal I have set right now is I want to set foot on every planetary body that you are allowed to. Isn't this a little odd? I know I'm not in an ideal transfer window, but I have no idea how to use the moho stuff. The moho stuff? What's moho stuff? Is there stuff I don't know about? Tell me there's stuff I don't know about. Oh, right there. Alright, so now I guess I could be doing this. I'm not even sure of the moho stuff. So 256, that's 259. Well, yeah, I know Moho's right here. Like the MTM stuff. Yeah, so the only planets I've been to Kerbin, the Mun, Minmus, um, Duna, Ike. We have been to Eve before, but in order to complete my challenges the way that I intended to, I have to set foot on Eve. And that has been tricky because I have not been able to design a vessel. You're way behind. Moho is the innermost planet in the system. So the way it goes is you have Moho, which is the analog for Mercury. You have Venus in the second most inner planet, you have Eve, which is the Venus analog, which is the second most planet in the Kerbal system. And then you have Kerbal, and then you have Duna, which is the analog for Mars. And that's as far as I've been so far. So then you have Drez, and then you have Jewel, which in Jewel I'm excited to go to because I think that's where Lathe is, if I'm not mistaken. And then you have Elu. And then, of course, there's the outer planet mods, which we don't have. What was I doing again? Oh, yeah. Well, that's going the wrong direction here. Wait, what if I do this? You could attempt a Joule 5. Oh, dude. I plan on it. So the reason I'm going to do a Joule 5 is because I feel like that would be... Did we get it? I don't think we got it. I don't see... I guess I lagged behind because I clicked on the stream and then paused it to go take a shower. Oh yeah, that'll do that to you. I shouldn't need a whole lot of Delta V for this. Nope, we're not getting our encounter. The funny part is the entire point of this. You know what? We're not going to worry about this. We shouldn't be worrying about this. Because I don't even have a lander capable of taking off from Eve right now. But I really want to go to Eve. Oh. I should wait for a more prime... Because in all honesty, I think we're a few degrees off. It does. It lacks literally every single piece of quality of life you can imagine. So, I've watched... If you've never watched Matt Lown play on console, it made me feel really good about myself, because he couldn't even do it. Eve should definitely be your final boss. Yeah, I know. I wanted I wanted to go to Eve and then Moho and then turn around and go back out. I know it's probably ill-advised. Hold on. You know what we can do? Whoops. Yeah, the PC version... There's literally... it quick saved. What am I doing here? Pilot... Oh, man. Yeah, you're probably right. Um, Now I gotta remember what I was doing on this save. Oh no! Did I already pick him up, or do I gotta pick him up? I forgot. Tylo is really good at landing and taking off experience because of its high gravity. See, I didn't even know Tylo had high gravity. Alright, I guess we'll finish this real quick. This was what I was doing the last time I played off stream. I just jumped up in one of the old Getsugas with a couple of pilots, and a pilot and engineer that didn't really have any experience. And we picked up another Kerbal, and I forgot that I never quick saved it before we did all that other stuff. So that's okay though. It's got gravity similar to Kerbin, but because it has no atmosphere, it's hard to slow down. Oh, got it. That makes a lot of sense. Alright, so I guess we need to turn that off. We're just going to go ahead and redo this last part of this mission real quick. So, what we have here, for anyone who's not a Kerbal Knot, is we are in Kerbin orbit. And we are currently chasing down this guy. Oh, that's the Getsuga. LOL, why did autocomplete suggest I see LeBron instead of Kerbin? At least it wasn't Kobe. So what we're going to do is we're going to go pick this guy up real quick, because I forgot that this is what I was doing the last time I quick saved. Planet LeBron. Alright, so... Come on, give me it. It's just a giant basketball. They probably would have put that in Space Jam. Alright, so... Let's get another engineer again. Let go. We're just gonna get that yellow... That yellow dot to go inside the purple dot. Little too much. Little too much. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, don't hit it. Where's the door? Should really put lights on it. This was an older Getsuga. I only used it when I launched this mission because it was cheap. It was cheap and we were not going very far. That was the entire decision process behind this. Oh, wait. I always forget to switch it from target to orbit. That should be good enough. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I always forget to do because this vessel was not set up properly. So we go to number, let's see, 9, and we'll put the air brakes. Um, right here, I think. So now we go to number 9, and we have our air brakes. We don't really need them for this vessel, I don't think. So the reason I put air brakes on at all is because on some of the Getsugas, we had, passenger compartments and cabins, and so this vessel right here usually is a lot longer. And we started running into the problem during re-entry of it wanting to tumble. And when it was tumbling, it would not deploy the parachutes. So we put the air brakes on in an attempt to there we go. We put the air brakes on in an attempt to help with stability, and it really works. But this is literally, I think this is the Mark IV. This is a really old version of the Getsuga, and you can even tell it's old because I had some sloppily placed solar panels on it instead of the expandable solar panels that the later models have. Gave it a long nose. Yep, I built this before I had all those parts unlocked. What just... Oh, are they going to collide? That'd be funny if they collided. Yep, this was built really early on. And honestly, I don't even think this version necessarily needed the air brakes. I don't even remember what's in here. I don't remember. Oh, all of our RCS controls. And yeah, you can see, like I said, you can tell how old this is because I have 4 RCS canisters in here instead of just having 2 of the long ones. Because when I built this, those had not been unlocked yet. That's another thing that I really want to do at some point is I haven't built any space planes or SSTOs or anything like that yet. I've really only focused on rockets and landers. But I think you might be right. I think the only hope I have of getting to Eve and getting off of Eve again is probably going to be to use asparagus staging, which would really suck for me because I don't know if it's a problem with how I'm doing it, because I get stuck between 2 rocks with Kerbal. Is on one hand, it could be lack of my own experience and my own know-how that prevents me from doing certain things. Yeah, and on console, I'm really, really dreading trying. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna try at some point, but I don't know how successful it'll be on console. But anyway, what I was saying, I get distracted really easy. But I don't know if it's a lack of ability on my part or a lack of the game. because it took me about 11 hours to figure out that I had everything perfectly done, and the reason that I can't build anything is because it's not in the game. The console version does not allow me to have the little crane hook over here. So even if I have a Kerbal who's an engineer, and I have a 4-star engineer somewhere in my roster, it does not give me the option to modify my craft in orbit. Well, that's odd. Oh, it's because I'm locked. So yeah, I don't know if it's something that would come if I bought the DLCs, but a lot of the stuff that I had planned walking into this, I had to change because I can't bring parts with me and change stuff. One of the things that I really wanted to do early on was have the jittery jet was supposed to be a ship that I launched one time and then kept in orbit at a station or a refueling stop of some kind. And because I can't make modifications to it, that's extremely difficult to accomplish. I still can accomplish it. It's just a little bit more difficult. All right. Back to the old drawing board. All right, where were we at? Thank you guys so much for joining. If you guys are joining in for the very first time, do me a solid favor. For all of Kerbal kind, make sure you hit the like button there that's right down below. So I think what we should do, get rid of those for now. Let's go to fuel tanks. Or maybe... Do you think we could accomplish what we need to with just 2? And then we'll go back to fuel tanks. You know the Delta V marker on the bottom right next to the engineer readouts will... Why is my... So that will tell you your weight. Do you got a drop-down menu that tells you to change your body of reference? Body of reference. That would be here. And then here, and then... here, and then here. Yeah, we don't have enough Delta V. Be here. Yeah, thrust to weight ratio is 0.3. What if I take this off? That's still 0.3. Ugh, this is gonna be... Oh, put all engines on one stage. You're right, you're right, you're right about that. Okay, that's not as bad as it was a second ago. It's still 0.46 though. Now, is Eve the same as Kerbin where you want to shoot for about a 1.3? .46 isn't as bad, but not great. Alrighty, alrighty. Let's see. Let's see what we can do to fix that. That's engines. I want fuel tanks. That's a little overkill, I think. Just a little. Let's see. We're gonna need oxidizer. Oh, whoops. And then... what happens if we put... probably want smaller engines, right? Not that... maybe not that small? Oh, wait. These are the weird shaped ones. What if we just do that? And then we go with... why does it not lock into place? Huh. That's strange, right? Oh, those ones lock. Maybe it's because it's undersized? Skipper looks... oh, they will. Okay. Huh. You can attach them from side. If your camera is too low down, it will try to place them at the bottom. Oh. There we go. Good call. I still don't understand how we're supposed to get so much delta V out of this thing. Which ones did I use? Oh yeah, we gotta do this. And then maybe... well, that just looks silly. Like that. Alright, what's my... alright, hold on. We gotta actually do staging here, so... we take this up here. That won't be nothing. That can stay down there. So 0.24. So what if we do a more powerful engine? Your inflatable heat shield needs to... Oh, yeah, you're right. Good call on that one, too. Oh, it needs to be able to cover... Yeah, you're right. Frickety frack almighty. Alright, so... Eesh. This is not a great situation. How to do. Could always do a cheeky little move. Let's see. Bring those two tanks closer to the body. Closer to the body. If I bring them closer to the body, will they still eject properly? Like that. Alright, let's see. But now the other thing is, whoops, I almost forgot. Because this probably weighs a good amount. So, thrust to weight is 0.54. But my question is why is there a meters per second reading for here? Oh, because that's after that jettisons. Okay. So, what if I take this engine, and this engine, and put it here? Once your parachutes deploy, you'll drop the heat shield anyway. Exactly. Once you're in the atmosphere. Yep. Yep. So I just gotta wait for the chat. So 0.38. So what kind of thrust to weight should I be shooting for? Well, because it doesn't matter. If I need 8,000 meters per second. So, oh my god, this is so mind-numbing. Let's see. What can I do? What can I do? Because according 1.3 to 1.7 is good. Okay. Then that's not too bad. That's... Because this reading is for at sea level. And hopefully, by the time we fire 1 point... Yeah, see, we're still nowhere near where we need to be. What if I try this? Fuel tanks... Oh, you know what the other thing I need to check? Alright, so those are good. Then move. More of them, but smaller. Alright. Oops, I forgot I'm on the move tool. Let's see. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? No, that's the weird shaped one. I don't want the weird shaped one. And then about like that. And see, this is where I start running into problems because I can tack on all day long. I can put all the fuel tanks in the world on. But the more fuel tanks we put on, the more weight that I add. The more weight that I add, the more fuel tanks I need. Oh wait, that's why, because they're all on different stages. Alright. Oh, dude, appreciate it, buddy. Aw, dude. Hopefully we can get to Eve in this thing. If I can at least get to Eve. That'd be half the battle. And see, and this is where I start getting frustrated, because the more fuel tanks I add, the less thrust to weight we get. Which pulls down... I just don't know how to solve this problem. I really don't understand how some of these guys get to Eve so easily. They just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna throw together an Eve lander and blah blah blah, and then they just do some random stuff, and then it's like, all right, we're on our way to Eve, and it's like, how? Let's try. I just want to see what the numbers would look like. Just want to see. I just want to see something. What? Oh, you jackass. SRBs have been the answer to all my problems so far. Why is it doing that? There we go. Thank you. So, what does that give us? So, SRBs. And then, hold on. Move these down to here. Maybe I'm just not made to land on Eve. Maybe I'm just not meant to. That's always a possibility, you know. Nope. Nope. Where's my big boy? There's the big boy. Does that change anything? It does not change anything. What is my weight at? Hold on. 475 tons. Holy giblets. I don't think there's enough parachutes in the world to make this thing land on Eve. Frustration. I think, in all honesty, the only hope I have on this is asparagus staging. But then, again, the issue is going to be landing on Eve. I have to land it before I can take off. So if we have a machine that's 500 tons... I don't know how I'm going to land that on Eve without using powered landing, which is going to use fuel. Holy crap. What? Alright, yeah, that's right. And if we use a powered landing of any kind... oh, you know what the other thing... Could probably do that and get a little bit more. Or, nah, maybe not a delta wing. Where's that tail fin that I like to use? Where's my tail fin that I really got? There it is. So yeah, this is the problem that I've been running into, and I've spent tons of time off stream trying to figure it out. I can't pack enough Delta V into a rocket and get it to Eve and land it and get it all back. So I really, really get stuck on what to do. I really, really don't understand how anybody makes it to Eve and back at the same time in one vessel. Because if I put this in orbit right now, the way it is, then I do not know for sure that I would be able to haul it to Eve. I'm not sure if the jittery jet would have the ass to pull this thing to Eve. This is 196 tons. it pretty much has to be triple the weight that it is now. Oh my goodness. I just don't know how to proceed. Because right now, our thrust to rate ratio is not good enough. It's not good enough at all. I don't need start and end mass. And like I said, I could get rid of the science. Let's see what would happen if I just got rid of science. I don't think it'd make a whole lot of difference. Yeah, like literally no difference whatsoever. What if I put some better engines on, maybe? Let's try... So those are 153. And that's 205. With an atmospheric ISP of 265. 290. I could always try putting Rhino engines on there. You know what? Just for haha. Then go back to two-way. I just want to see, just for haha. See, even putting the Rhino engine on does not solve the problem. The vectors helped. The vectors helped out a little bit. You know what? We're just gonna forget about the science for now. There's no way around that. And we gotta get rid of these. They have to be this. Come on, there we go. Oh, this is making my brain hurt, and I haven't even launched anywhere yet. I really wanted to do something today on stream that was more than just looking at this like this. This is what I've been doing off stream a lot, is trying different variations and trying to get this figured out. There's just... I do not understand how people make it to Eve. I don't know. I don't even know what to do from here. Because the problem being is if I keep adding fuel and oxidizer and all the good stuff you need, it just brings the weight all the way up. The more the weight, Nuclear fission. The problem with nuclear engines is that they don't work very well near inside of an atmosphere. The thrust to weight ratio of a nuclear engine. Hold on, I'll show you. So look at this engine real quick. If you look over here at the little green numbers, so it says the S3KS25 Vector liquid fuel engine. The mass is 4 tons. So if you read down and where it says thrust, if you see where it says ASL, you'll see it says 935 kilonewtons. And then inside of a vacuum, it's 1,000 kilonewtons. But if you go up to the nuclear engines, you can see that there's only 60 newtons in a vacuum and only 13 kilonewtons in an atmosphere. So that's the problem we're running into here. Oh, I don't know what to do to fix this problem. Anti-gravity technology? I wish. I just don't know how to proceed. Nothing that I've tried to do works on these things. You know, that wouldn't be a bad idea if they had them. But like I said, one of the problems I have is that everything on this has to not only get lifted off from Kerbin, but then it has to be taken out to Eve. Once it gets to Eve, it has to drop through the atmosphere. And once it drops through the atmosphere, it has to land safely. Once it lands, it has to take back off again. You know what? Just for shits and giggles, I want to see something. Oh yeah, we gotta take that off. Why is there... But according to my cheat sheet, we need this number right here to be 8,000. Holy crap. Holy crap, Batman. Where is this engine at? That one's there. Huh. Interesting. Holy crap. What to do? What to do? What to do? Because the other thing that everybody says to do is asparagus stage. But again, I'm not 100% sure how to achieve asparagus staging in the first place, first of all. And in the second place, everything that we put on here has to come back down. So if I did something like this, see, our numbers don't really go up that much. And then another problem is now we are at almost 300 tons worth of equipment that has to drop into the atmosphere. So hold on. I mean, it still protects it somewhat. I just don't know how to make this all work. Because now, I mean, conceivably, let me try something just for the sake of saking. Hold on. Yeah, I could make it an unmanned ship, but oh wait, I need to go here. Need to go here. And then I'll probably need to go back here. I need to switch this back to Kerbal. And then we need to see if we can even lift this thing off. Yeah, we can't even lift this off the ground. Let's try doing this. Let's take this. Put this on it. Alright. Let's save that for now. Let's open this. Let's do... Where are you? Where's my jittery? Where's my jittery? The Jittery Jet Mark II. So... then we have to open this up. We have to go here. We save this like this. We'll call it JJB1. Save. Now we go back here. We don't save that. And then we come all the way back down here to the Lander Mark III, right? And then we go to the JJB1 and stick that bad boy right there. And what do we got? 1.13. Still not great. Okay, and then that turns on. We don't need this to deploy yet. So what happens if I put this down here? Oh wait, we don't want that down here. Whoa, whoa, that would be pretty bad. Let's get rid of this. It's 1,500 tons. So if I tried to launch this right now, I don't think it would actually launch. But it would be completely pointless to launch this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I have an idea. So I can take this out here. I can take these out. I can go fuel tanks. Where's the super long ones? No, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. Where are you? God damn it. I don't want 6. Okay, now we toggle the move. And then wait, I already had engines ready. I mean, it ain't pretty. The hell? Come on. What the hell? Thank you. Do you have all the DLCs? I need to reroute it? Buddy, I respect it. What's going on with my chat? I'm getting old messages. What's the biggest animal I think I could fight and beat with my bare hands? Like biggest by mass? By weight? By volume? Is it having a very bad day? Bare hands, huh? Pretty good question there. Biggest animal I could beat with my bare hands. I'm so confused. You're having whatever kind of day that your animal normally has? I think the real question is how many children, how many first graders can you take? Like, if they came at you in waves, and the waves increased exponentially over time, so the first wave is 2. Then the second wave is 4. Then 8. And they just increased that. And they kept increasing it. How many waves could you survive? Oh shit. Oh well. It works. Did I? Yeah, it took the engine with it. Okay. So 4. Why? Okay, leave that there. Don't move. Okay. Whoops. Okay. So there's that, there's that. Now the only thing we need really is power. So let's put some power on this bad boy. There, now it has power. So let's put this down here. That gives me a thrust to weight ratio of 1.28, which is not great. Not great at all. But in all honesty, I don't know why I'm doing this, because nothing about this is going to work the way I want it to. Screw it. We're gonna launch. Hey guys, if you're dropping in for the very first time, I appreciate it. Do me a solid favor and hit that thumbs up button. Stands at 122 meters. Oh shit. I see something I forgot to do. And it's gonna cause explosions here in a second. Okay. That should fix that problem. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. I can already see it right now. We're gonna run out of fuel before we even hit 5K. Well, maybe not 5K, but 10 for sure. Oh, this baby is not very controllable. Yep, this ain't working. I can see the numbers already. We're not even a break atmosphere. It's not gonna work. No, I was watching the numbers and this is where I get stuck. This is why I haven't landed on Eve yet. I cannot figure out how these guys do this. It's just not possible. It's impossible. It's just not even possible. The problem is I could have gotten into orbit, but I started using the fuel that I needed for the mission. Where are we at? That's why I get frustrated. I'm so frustrated with this game. The other thing I thought about doing is just taking some Kerbals and putting them on Eve, just to put foot on Eve. But I feel like that's cheating. Like, the whole point is we're supposed to bring everybody back. The whole point of the challenge was to visit everybody and come back safe. Come on, don't go crazy on me, please. We're not going to anywhere super special, okay? All I need you to do is do this gravity roll. There you go. Giant butt plug. See, now I can see the numbers right here, and this is where we want the numbers to be. You want to have an apoapsis above 70,000 meters, which is 70 kilometers. And you want to be circularizing by the time you lose those boosters. I think, in all honesty, the thing I'm going to have to do is spend some time off stream. Spend some time off stream to try to figure out asparagus staging. Because I think that's the only way we're going to be able to do this. Now, the other thing is I don't even know if this is possible to do without the DLCs, without the more powerful engines. Because I'm the only one that I've ever seen play this game completely vanilla with no mods and no DLCs. So I'm not even sure if what I'm attempting is possible with the technology we have available. Because look, with how we sit right now, both our apoapsis and periapsis is above 70,000 meters. Which means we're not going to touch the atmosphere as we ascend or fall. We also have 1,700 meters per second left in this engine right here. Once this engine is released, we have just under 7,000 meters per second in these engines right here. So now if I want to go to Eve, I go here. I set Eve as a target. Actually, I should have done this for... Oh. We got to go here. I think... I can't remember for sure. I think it's here. And then we go here. And then we go here. And we go hum, 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 hum. Hum, 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 hum. So now we can... Well, probably want to do that. Go here. Target info maybe? Or am I getting... Yeah, I'm not getting it, so... Yeah, that's not doing what I need it to do. We're not getting an encounter. Oh, I see why we're not getting an encounter. I'm silly. Um... hmm. There we go. Now we have an encounter. You know what? That's fine. It's an encounter. We're not gonna try and do this. We'll just go ahead and lock onto target. Hey guys, if you're dropping in for the very first time, if you would be so kind as to hit the thumbs up button, that would be what was it? I was just literally just talking about. My mind went blank. If you hit the thumbs up button, it helps out a whole heck of a lot. If you feel like commenting, go ahead and feel free to leave a comment down below. We are not doing the greatest mission today. I was really hoping to go to Eve and get into orbit and drop a lander down on Eve. But I don't think that it's going to happen. We are having a lot of trouble designing a lander that can get to Eve and get back. But just for the sake of this, we'll go hit up Eve and maybe go visit Moho. Let's see what kind of fuel we have left when we get this done. Alright, so we have 50 minutes left, so let's time warp. So we have a 55-second burn, so I'm going to do probably 27 seconds. So majestic. I'm going to slow down that time warp a tiny bit. And we're probably going to stop at about 1 minute just so the jittery jet has time to make sure we're on target, because she has a lot of weight left. All right. All right, here we go. Now we're burning, burning, burning. Give us all those meters per second. Almost overcooked it. Now, what we do to fix that is we go somewhere up here. And then we go maybe prograde. Why go up a little bit? No, 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 no. There we go. Now we're fixing it. There we go. Now we got our even counter. Gotta make sure that's above the atmosphere. Yeah, that's more than enough. Alright. Now that's in 54 days, so we're gonna time warp, lock onto target. Maybe I should have put some landing legs on the jittery. We could have hit up Gilly here. Never remembered. I think I always forget to put a communications on this. Yeah. I always seem to forget to put a communications antenna on this thing. Good enough. And then what we'll do is we'll come here and we will burn retrograde like our lives depend on it, because it will literally depend on it. That's bad. That's really bad. Oh. Um. You jackwagon. There. That puts us well outside the atmosphere, he said, hoping. And then we can lock onto target again. Maybe we'll transfer down to Moho while we're out here. Why not? Whoops, I keep pushing wrong buttons. Now we're going to exhaust all our fuel. And we'll rely on the nuclear stage now. Oh, I did put a communications antenna. It's right here. Might as well extend it. That way our Kerbals have some space Hulu to watch. Now we just have to not get thrown off into the wild blue yonder and we'll be okay. And of course we have to not hit the atmosphere. That would be preferable. So it looks like we can see the land masses at least. So like if we shoot for somewhere like over here, we shouldn't get sunk in water. Like there should be plenty of land to shoot for once we do end up having a lander to do this with. Alright, man. Sweet dreams. Try to dream up a way for me to do this mission. Space dinosaurs would be helpful. But we made it to Eve. Now what if I do this? What if I... Yeah, I don't even know the transfer window here. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know. We made it to Eve. What if I... Of course, it's going to be finicky. Put that there, and go back up. All right. So... let's drop that down a little. Come on. Alright, I don't have an encounter. Where did my encounter go? Hmm. Whoops. I messed up my encounter. Alright. So, we got 380. So... here? Here? And then maybe here? Nope. I go here. Here? Here? think we're gonna have to do a mid-course correction on this, because holy crap, is this kind of hard to nail in. That's fine. So 1 minute and 16 seconds-ish. Oh, doobie doo boo doop doop boop boop. Gotta love these long burns. Long, slow burn. Hey, thank you guys so much for all the likes. We're up to 5. I appreciate it, even though I'm not accomplishing anything that I sat down to accomplish today. I mean, kinda. We made it to Eve. We're just not on Eve. Alright. Now let's set up a correction burn somewhere about here. Now. Go up. And good enough. Now, what happens if I go a little retro? Could be dangerous, but we'll leave that there. Ah, shit! I don't know why I did that. My brain is fried from trying to figure this out. Let's try that again. Let's go up a little bit. And then a little bit of retro. Is that what I did? I did. Alright. There. That's what I meant to do. And then we'll take this, and we're going to burn a lot of retrograde. Oh, wait, too much. Holy crap. What? There. Maybe a little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. There. This will put us into orbit around Gilly. And actually, you know what we can do? If we do this, do I have that set up? No, we don't have it set up. We'll just do that real quick. Toggle engines. I don't want that on stop. I want that on action group 5. Toggle engines. And then you know what else? I want this. Toggle antenna. And you know what else I want on this? Toggle lights. Alright, now we need to put that back on there. And then there. Because we don't need all the engines burning for what we're going to do here. But we'll probably put those back on once we get situated. So we have 2 hours for our 3-second burn. And actually, you know what we are going to do? Quick save. Then we're just going to time warp. Don't want to go too fast. I have a really bad habit of flying past my time warps. Or flying past my marks on a time warp. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 20, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 3, 2. We should probably stop at around 10 seconds, I think. There we go. That's about right. Now we realign ourselves onto the target vector and time warp some more. Let's go ahead and save it. Because we got a whole day. Mammoth and 4 vectors. I like Gilly. Dude, I just wish I could figure out how to do this Eve landing. I don't understand what my malfunction here is. Gilly is really cool so far. I think this is the first time I've ever been in Gilly's sphere of influence, though. Oh, wait. I almost forgot. We need to turn those engines back on. There we go. I don't think I did this fast enough. I don't think I turned my engines back on fast enough. I forgot that I turned them off. There's Gilly. Hi, Gilly. Yeah, jittery. I don't know what I'm not doing properly, but I cannot figure out how to get 8,000 meters per second onto an Eve lander. I could have spent the next 3 hours tinkering with it. I've probably invested I would say around 10 hours or so into trying to figure out how to build an Eve lander total. I think honestly my problem is I need to figure out how to do asparagus staging. And if I can't figure that out on console, then I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to even be able to do an Eve lander. What the hell? It took me over 100 attempts to beat Eve. Eve is where good rockets go to die. Yeah, I think you've told me that a few times, man. I'm just, I had this whole idea set up. I'm like, fine, you know what? If I can't do an Eve landing, what I'll do is I'll set up an entire operation. I'll have an Eve orbiting station. I'll have something over here on Gilly to mine the materials. What the hell? There we go. What if I just do... Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then what I would do is I would stockpile a whole bunch of fuel right around Eve. I can fly the lander out to Eve, refuel the lander, and drop it down. But if the cheat sheet that I have is correct, because in the Discord I have the cheat sheet that I use. And according to my cheat sheet, I need 8,000 meters per second of delta V to get off of Eve. How the hell are you supposed to have 8,000 meters per second to get how am my best rocket, my very best system, doesn't even have 8,000 meters per second? So how to pack that much into a lander? The hardest part about Eve is the time it takes to run tests. I ended up using a cheat mod to teleport test rockets to Eve. And that's the rub right there, man. Is because anything that I want to test, I have to fly out there in real time. Yeah, I just don't know how to make it work on console. Like, hold on. We're in a stable orbit. Let's save. While you're right here, let's go back to the Space Center. Because while you're right here, I'll show you the problem I've been having with asparagus staging. Because in all honesty, it's completely a fuel flow issue. Alright, so... let's go... Where's my lander at? The Tetro Lander Mark III. Which, by the way... you know what? No. Let's do something a little different. Let's go with the Jittery Jet. Because the Jittery Jet's more advanced than that. We're going to go ahead and make this the Mark III. We'll get rid of the SRBs. And we will add our liquid fuel tanks. Where are the big boys? That's 1,400. I think I have bigger ones. Yeah. Wait, that's not even the bigger boy, is it? Liquid fuels. Yeah, that's the big boy. Yep, the yellow fuel pipes. Hold on. Let me get to that point real quick, and then I'll show you where the issue lies. Is that... yeah, that's right. So now... let's go here. Why not? So let's put some rockets on these bad boys. We'll just go with the Mammoth because why not? There. So now fuel tanks. So nope, stop it. Stop it. Alright, so I think... No. Let's just stop. Stop it. Alright, let's do, instead of 6, let's do 4. We'll downsize it a little bit just for ease. So we'll downsize it, and then we'll go fuel tanks. Is that on there? Maybe we have to move that over just a touch more. Like that. Does that look better? Why can't I get... There. That should be on there. Okay. Now let's put these back down here. And these back up here. So now I want to put... Nope, not those ones. Nope, that's too tiny. That's too tiny. There we go. Put that up here. And then... Where... Oh, there it is. So now... If I take this, okay, actually I want that on two-way symmetry, so take this to that. See, why does the symmetry keep screwing me up? Alright, alright. Remove from symmetry. Remove from symmetry. Oh my god. Oh my Jeebus. Oh my goodness. Come on. Take this off. So I should have 4. Now. Yep, starting to get pissed. Remove from symmetry. Now you come here. And go away. Remove from symmetry. Oh my god, this is... See, some of my problems could just be because it's the frickin' console version. Alright, so no more fuel tanks whatsoever. So, let's remove this from symmetry. Remove this from symmetry. Remove this from symmetry. Okay, no more symmetry. Fuel tanks. So now, no, stop that. This one to this one. This one to here. No, what? What gives, dickbag? There. This one to this one. And then this one to here. Okay. Hard part's done. Really should have thought this through. Actually, so the mainsail, we need something that's better in the atmosphere. Alright, so we need something that's better for the atmosphere. The Mammoth is 15 tons, but produces 3,746. The mainsail, the Rhino. The Rhino comes... the Rhino sucks. Honestly, the Mammoth is looking like the best option. Definitely don't want the Poodle. The Skipper, not so much. You know what? Maybe we should just put the Mammoth. Let's just put the Mammoth on for now, and I can change it later if need be. Because the Mammoth is the strongest engine I have. Alright, now. These drop off first. So let's get some staging done real quick. So what's this one? So this one, we'll take all the engines and put them on the same one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, we need to get... this one comes off first, and this one comes off first, so... how do I separate these? Do I gotta remove them from symmetry? Come on, oh my god. Thank you. Oh, hey, Stovey! Remove the decouplers from symmetry. Okay, okay, so remove them from symmetry. We are trying to figure out how to get some asparagus staging going. Okay, so... Alright. So we have all 4 removed from symmetry. So let's think about this. We launch. Lots of noise. We have 5 Mammoth engines. So... oh, dude. Orbiting. I can orbit Kerbal pretty easy. I've only got new player last month. I just started playing. I've got about 150 hours in. And I'm on completely vanilla console, PS5. So arguably I'm playing one of the hardest versions of KSC that you could possibly play. It's completely vanilla, no mods, no DLCs of any kind. Alright. So, now, after launch, we'll lose the 2 outer engines. Let's just go ahead and refix this. We'll lose the 2 outer engines. These 2, so these are these 2, correct? Yep, so now we will lose engines 1 and 2, then 3 and 4. So now we need to figure out fuel priority. And that's going to keep bugging me if I don't fix it now. Yeah, console is a beast mode all of its own. I don't like that one. Go ahead and put 4-way symmetry on. There we go. So those are good now. So we have our staging-ish. We're not completely done. Let's get rid of 4 for now. One thing I did forget to add. Where is... these bad boys? So... it's going to make me put them on one at a time because I took off symmetry. Oh, come on. I keep going past it. And then... boop. But I do appreciate you stopping in. What kind of trouble are you having orbiting? Maybe I can help you out. Because orbiting, the Kerbal system, I'm actually pretty good with. There. That's roughly good enough. Alright, now we need to figure out the fuel flow system here. So, we're losing this one last, this one first. So this should be, hold on. Let me start at the beginning. This should be 10 or lower. So let's do this 10. We'll do this one 10, 11, and then the next fuel tank will be 12. Just the basics of it, having enough fuel to reach the mun. Yeah, that, so that's 12. So, what parts of your tech tree, or how far into the tech tree are you? Hold on, let me save. So that's 12, 11. You don't need to change fuel priority if you use fuel pipes. Huh. I didn't know that. Alright, fuel overlay. Huh. Alright, so yeah, that looks like it flows the way it's supposed to. I guess I thought I had to change the fuel priority. Yep, the fuel pipe's not very far. Maybe the first big tree, section 4 maybe. Alright, yeah, you should have everything you need to at least get to Mun orbit. So that flows in, that flows in, that flows in. Alright. So, you know what we're going to do real quick? We're going to put these bad boys on. Actually, there's no point in putting it on. Those nuclear engines won't do. Well, I mean, if we just go to a moon. What's the moon? I keep forgetting the moon that's around Eve. I'm at it right now and I forgot. What's in here? What do I have in here? That's fine. We'll leave that there. We'll call this the Jittery Jet Mark III, and let's see if this asparagus stage gets us. Because we're still... What are all these? Oh, wow. My staging is completely janked. Alright, so... Always check your staging. Why won't it let me put everything on one stage here? Always check your staging. So now we have to reset up the staging for this. So, yeah, you're not wrong, but you're always here helping me out, so you have to have a rocket named after you, man. Especially my most advanced rocket. Alright, so those ones will get lost first, and then those ones, and then our fairing, and then upper stage, and then upper stage, I want to change this to... Oh, staging gets worse. The more you unlock, the worse it gets. Alright, so boom. Alright, I think we're set for a test flight. So let's get Valentina in here. You know, I really don't see a need for 2 engineers there, buddy. Alright, next I need to custom 1. We need to put our communications array. And actually, you know what we're going to do? Just because I've never used it before. I want to trade out this communications array. Come on. Click it. Thank you. For this communications array. Just because I feel like they'll get better Space Hulu. But now we need to... toggle antenna. So solar panel. I want the lights to come on with this one. And then I want custom group 5 to be my engine toggle. So I can shut 4 of my engines off at once and save a little bit of fuel. They're good to go. That's good to go. Staging is good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Jittery Jet Mark III, the first. Well, let's see if it's successful. We're not going to say it's the first successful asparagus stage yet. We're going to see. Alright. Oh my god. You know what I did forget to do? Hold on. I just noticed it. I forgot to set up the strutting systems. Alright. That should have fixed that problem. So let's save it again and try it again. Cross your fingers, cross your toes. What am I talking about? The jittery jet won't fail us. Why is it bouncing though? You see that little bounce it's got going on? Oh, you know what we didn't consider? I should have put some Sepatrons on this. Ooh, that might be dangerous. I didn't think about Sepatrons. I would be happy if they had finished KSP2 and released it for console, since I'm a console peasant. Ooh, that was dangerous. Oh man, that one had me sweating. Oh, and we forgot to put fins on. Oh my goodness. That's alright, we're doing alright still. We're doing alright still. Oh man, we're doing great. Ah, dude, look at how much fuel we still have. We haven't even gotten into orbit yet. Our apoapsis is above 60,000. Oh man. Jittery, I don't want to jinx this. But I think the Jittery Jet Mark III might be the greatest thing that's ever come out of this Kerbal Space Program. I think if we add some fins on this, it'll be perfect. Hold on, guys. I will catch up with the chat in just a second. Dude, I think you're right. Because we still have 2345 of Delta V remaining, plus the 6785 from the nuclear stage. Alright, let me get on the chat real quick. If you keep following the surface velocity marker, the stages will drop straight down. Got it. So we don't really... Yeah, I think the Separatrons might have been overkill on that. I think we did perfect on that. I used to be a console gamer, just recently got a PC. I own all of them but the Switch too. I own a PS5, two PS4s, and a regular Nintendo Switch, which the only thing the Switch gets used for anymore is playing Minecraft. My 7-year-old and 8-year-old play Minecraft on that thing like it's going out of style. Not gonna lie, I do have a world set up on there. I play Minecraft too. I've been thinking about getting Minecraft for the PS5 though. I see what happened was I was raised as a console gamer. The very first console I ever owned was an Atari 2600 that my dad said, "Hey, if you help me clean out the attic, I'll let you have whatever you want in there." And I found an old Atari in there, and I was like, "Yeah, I want this." And he's like, "All right, whatever." And I ended up playing Pong like it was going out of style. And then from there, my cousin gave me a Nintendo Entertainment Center, Nintendo Entertainment System, the original NES that he thought was broken, and I was able to fix it. And he's like, "If you can fix it, you can have it." So I was able to fix it and keep that. And then from the Nintendo Entertainment Center, I got a Super Nintendo for my birthday. And then from the Super Nintendo, I moved up to the Nintendo 64. From Nintendo 64, I switched over to PlayStation 1. From PlayStation 1, I switched over to Xbox and then 360. And then I had an Xbox and a PS2 because my dad had a PS2 and I played that a lot. But I went from Xbox 360 to PlayStation 3. From PlayStation 3 to PS4, from PS4 to PC, and then I was a very bad PC owner and fried my PC. So from PC, I switched over to PS5 because it was cheaper, and then now I'm saving up all my pennies for a new PC. The next PC I want to get, though, is probably going to be about $1,500, unless I build it myself, which I'm scared as hell to do. So, now what to do? It would suck not to send these on a mission. But the transfer window is well and truly closed. I wonder if I could force... You know what? Let's see if I could force an encounter. I just want to know if I can do it. Because we have so much Delta V that it's not even funny. Yeah, you can get pretty good pre-builts out there. I mean, if I spent money on the pre-built I want, it's going to be about $1,500. The only thing is I need mine to do a little bit more than gaming. I need it to be able to... the next thing I'm going to be doing as far as content rollout is making custom cartoons, my own cartoons, 2D and 3D animations, and... And the next PC I build, I want it to be able to do that. Yeah, we're not going to be able to force an encounter. We need to wait for the next window, which is fine. Just go to the tracking station. So if I end up buying a PC, it's going to be the last one that I buy for a long time. So I need it to... I need it to basically do everything I need. I need to be able to stream, record, do the cartooning. Yeah, it needs to be a little bit better. It needs to have quite a bit of storage. I'm looking at about 2 terabytes worth of storage between the hard drive and the SSD. And then even with that, I might end up having to get some external SSDs to attach to, and like at least one. So I just need to make sure I have everything possible that I'm gonna need. And then once I get the PC set up, the next purchase I'll make after the PC is gonna be a Wacom Mobile Studio Pro, probably a 14-inch, maybe a 13-inch, depending on how much I have to spend at the time. And then I'm still torn because I'm really thinking about getting a couple of different things for it. But once I have the Wacom Mobile Studio Pro and the PC set up, I'll have everything I need to roll out the next stage of content making, which is just going to be, I need to get better. I need practice is what it is, because I know how to do the animations, and I did it a little bit a few years back when I had my laptop, and I just need practice. So the idea that I'm going to be working with is all of my old gaming footage that I have, because I have right around 300 and some odd videos saved, not including live streams. I think live streams don't count towards the numbers that YouTube gives me. But between YouTube and Facebook, I have quite a bit of content. Facebook, maybe not, because Facebook changed their policy a while back and they delete stuff now. But on YouTube anyway, I have like 300 and some odd videos worth of content, and there's a few moments in there that I wouldn't mind turning into animated adventures, and there's a few other ideas that I have. The Jittery Jet Mark III. Wait, what's this? Oh, that can be terminated. We already did that. And so I'm going to start by practicing my drawing and animating and get back into the rhythm of things. And then once I do that, then I'm going to roll out my custom animated adventures, my, what do you call it? Not custom. Man, I'm having a moment here. I'm having a senior moment. Not unique. But yeah, you know what I mean. Like my own cartoons, animated adventures. There's a word that I'm supposed to be thinking of, and I can't think of the word. Custom is not the word that I'm trying to look for. Wow. And now my brain doesn't work at all. Oh yeah, there's an entire expanded universe that I have set up in mind, and it's all kind of geared around gaming in a way. Man, I don't understand why I can't think of this word that I'm thinking of. Um, Exclusive? Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. It's not custom. Am I getting an intercept? I am not getting an intercept. Originals, like my own original programming, basically. So eventually what's going to happen is I'm going to turn my entire channel into a little bit of everything. It's going to have... Wait, that was it, wasn't it? Beautiful. It's gonna have. I'm gonna have my own original animated programming, cartoons, and so when I go live, what's gonna end up happening is I'm gonna have my beginning, middle, and or my intro and outro screens are gonna be the latest episode of that week, and then like my be right back, my break screen's gonna have different stuff going on with it. Eventually, the idea is once I start coming up with my own original cartoons, one of the biggest projects that I've been working on for a long, long time is going to basically be all the people that I've gamed with over the years, all the people that come in and support the channel. You're all going to have the opportunity, if you want, to have your own custom characters and stuff like that. Like, everybody around me is going to be characters in the show. And I have a really cool idea for how to make it all work and make everything happen. And it's going to be its own expanded universe. And it's going to be somewhat interesting to see how I can make it work. But I think I have everything set in mind. And if I can get my skills sharpened up enough to do it, it's going to kind of look like if you've ever seen the original 2001 Star Wars, The Clone Wars, that animation style is kind of what I'm going to go after. But once that starts up, if there's enough interest in it, that's when I'm going to relaunch my Patreon. And then the way it'll work is if you're just a follower or a subscriber on YouTube, you're going to have perks and benefits where you can become a character, you can have a character designed for you and stuff like that. If you become a supporter, then you'll have more control, I guess is the term. Like, you'll be able to have, maybe the idea would be to write your own character. You can have more say in the story, what your character does, what, personality traits and stuff like that. And then the other thing is that I've been wanting to do for a lot of years is in the story as it goes on. I think that was some debris. But as the story progresses, I want to be able to incorporate everybody's stuff. So, like, let's say, for example, you're a really good artist. Well, I could take and put your artwork in the episode and link your channels, your own socials, whatever you promote for yourself. So it'll basically turn into not only a way for people to get their work out and get recognized in a unique way. 20, right around 20 seconds. We'll burn it 21 seconds. But I want to do that with everything. So if someone has a poem that they wrote, pieces of artwork, drawing, music, if someone has something that they want to advertise, but maybe they don't necessarily have a large platform and stuff like that, then it would turn into a way to help promote everybody's work. Like, give everybody a chance to promote themselves, their YouTubes, their Patreons, their Twitch. Build a community up around just building everybody up. Did I miss it? I think we missed it. That's alright. We'll do a mid-course correction and fix it. But now the question is begged, do we retrograde? Do we prograde? not seeing an encounter happen here. How much am I missing by? We're not even getting... There we go. How are we missing by so much all of a sudden? Very curious. And it does look like we need to... go up a bit, like a lot of bit. But we're not getting our encounter. What if I throw some prograde in there? What if I throw some prograde in there, buddy? There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. A little bit more prograde, I guess. A little more up, maybe? What if I go down? Maybe down is the key. No, down is not the key. How did I screw up this encounter so bad? What if I just start over? Alright, so we're missing it by that much. So what if I come back here and do a thing like this? Oh, that's like a lot. So a little bit of prograde then. Let's just dumb this down just a tiny bit. There we go. It is not a great encounter, but it is an encounter. Oh, we shouldn't have done that. So now, what happens if we go like this and like this? You know what? We're going to call that good. We're going to call that good. And it's in 43 days, so let's save it. That's another tip if you don't know already. You should quick save before and after you do anything. If you're playing on easy and quick save is available, I would recommend quick saving before you do absolutely anything. And then if it works, you quick save after. Pro tip, man. Pro tip. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go get the wife from work soon. I got about 10 more minutes-ish before I gotta go get the wife from work. So let's get this course laid in. I think the goal of this is to get to Gilly. Because we did put landing legs on this, and I think Gilly's gravity is low enough that we should be able to land with just the nuclear engines. Oh wow, I don't know what I was doing. I was staring at the screen and not even looking at the countdown timer. All right. Now we go retrograde like crazy. Well, more than that. Retrograde like crazy. And that'll be good enough. Totally forgot to leave enough time for this slow girl to turn. Because she has a fat bottom. But that's okay, because fat bottom girls make the world go round. Well. Come on. 14.7-ish. Fat bottom girls, you make the rockin' world go round. And there we go. I don't want to burn up all of it. Dude, queen is king. Or queen. Queen, king, queen, king. Alright, now we set target. And see if we can't do something to get to that target. Maybe I should have burned up retrograde a little bit more. Let's... I mean, maybe? Yeah, we're gonna have to... do that. And then do... I'm trying to do this quickly because I'd like to try and finish this before I gotta leave. And then... yeah. Let's do set to target. We're going to use up a lot of monopropellant, but that's okay. I didn't realize that this version of the Jittery Jet doesn't have docks on it. That's okay, though. Not super important. That means I highly doubt the other one that's in orbit around Gilly has docks either. But that's okay. Not super important, really. Oh, and I just realized we're going... Oh man, I just realized we're going completely the wrong direction in this orbit. That's okay. Not super important, really. Nah, dude, I love Queen. I loved Queen before they were cool, even though I was only born in 90. I wonder how much it would cost me to just flip my orbit all the way around. Yeah, a lot. That's okay. It's not super important, really. Yeah, see, I didn't get to... I mean, I grew up on Queen, but I didn't grow up on Queen when they were bigger. I was born in the year 1990. Or what, you know, my kids always remind me that I was born in the late 1900s. Alright. So we got all the way... We got all the way out here. I hate it when that gets stuck in there. That part always gets stuck in there for a while. But yeah, I grew up on 70s and 80s rock and classic with my dad and stuff. There we go. Get out of here. Nobody wants you here. Alright. Let's see what we have going on here. Yeah, this is going to be a hard one to do. Alright, hold on. Maybe I'm going too fast here. But yeah, I was raised on classic rock. Whoops, god damn it. Oh man, I hate it. I hate the controls. They will get you every time. Can I not lose my orbit? That would be cool. Nope, that won't work. I got myself into a bit of a pickle here. What if I... Nope, that won't do it. I mean, I'm only going 500 meters per second, so what would happen if I just... Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. What would happen if I just go retrograde until I turn around. Oops, gotta go back a little bit. For my destination. Alright, Stovey. So, okay. You know what? I got just a little bit of time. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this and save it. We'll go back to the Space Center. I'm gonna show you how I do everything just to get to the Munnin back. It's not, once it clicks and you figure it out, it's kind of like, oh, okay. So you start off in your VAB, your Vehicle Assembly Bay, which I'm sure you know that part. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm going to open up one of my early builds. Let's do the Getsuga. Let's see. The Mark III. So this is one of my early builds. Actually, this one's a failed build. There's no parachutes on it. Let's do the Mark IV. Alright, yeah, I used this one to land on the Mun. So, I have 7,306 meters per second. I don't know what all those are. Well, whatever. So, this consists of 4 SRBs, and the SRBs are, you can ignore those. I just tried to design these to be recoverable later. So they have probe cores, batteries, parachutes. They have all kinds of stuff on them. Now, the only parachutes that actually serve a purpose are these ones on the outside edge, because what they do is they drag, once we're in flight, you'll kind of see, but they drag it away. So we have 4 lower level SRBs. Those are the thoroughbreds. No, those are pretty higher level. So you'll probably have the Thumper. But you can accomplish the same setup with the Thumper. You just, if you join the Discord in the comments below, I have a cheat sheet that shows you how much Delta V roughly that you need for each mission. And there's my alarm. Now I have 10 minutes for sure. Alright, I don't need 2 engineers on this flight. So, let me see if I can't get into an orbit real quick and show you a little bit. Because in one of the ways that makes it a lot easier is if you'd use maneuver nodes, which I don't know if you have yet, which you get when you start upgrading your space center. So in this stage, all I have is the solid rocket boosters firing. The main engine down here is not firing yet. That doesn't fire until I stage the SRBs. So I fly fully on the solid rocket boosters, and then once you get, I did this a little bit early, by the time you hit 5,000 to 10,000 meters, you want to try and start your gravity roll. Your gravity roll should be at 90 degrees, for the Mun, should be at 90 degrees, and I'm going a little bit harder than I need to because I messed up. But all I'm looking at is down here, and then the other thing you can do is you can have this menu open because it actually gives you a much better visual of your apo and periapsis while you're in this stage of flight. Alright, so now that the SRBs are exhausted, I'm going to stage out. Now, once my apoapsis reaches above 70,000 kilometers, 70,000 meters, then I'm going to nose down to almost completely 90 degrees. Gotta get off that. Just kind of keep nosing it over. And now that it's almost at 70,000, another way you can do this is by looking at this menu. And you wanna try to do your burns for the most efficient possible. You want to do it at the apoapsis. So you can see I'm at 75 now, so I'm gonna go ahead and angle down substantially. Because now we're trading speed. We're trading altitude for speed now. Because we have all the altitude we need. We're above the atmosphere. So now we want the speed. And you can see that number going up pretty quick. As soon as that number gets above 80,000, we're good. Because we could even shut the engine. Well, there's no point in doing it now. But now we're going to stage out. Just get that out of the way. And we can even wait just a few minutes. Oh, we want to lock onto prograde, though. Because now it would be super inefficient to burn anything. But what you can do to help your efficiency is use your maneuver nodes. Because if you just come over here to maneuver, and you know you have to go prograde, so hit the prograde marker a few times, and you'll see right here, we're at 90,000 kilometers now. So that's a perfectly acceptable orbit. And you can keep going until the apoapsis and the periapsis are closer together. Like you can match them if you really want to. But now we can just time warp to that maneuver. We'll give our craft a quick second to align in the proper direction. And you can, if you want to be the most efficient you possibly can, because I'm only going to use 130 meters per second out of my 1,800 meters per second fuel tank right now. But I'm not really looking for efficiency. I'm looking for time because I got to go soon, like really soon. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And that puts our orbit above the atmosphere on all sides because Kerbal atmosphere, I think, starts at 70,000 or 60,000. I always forget which one. Now, what you do now is you zoom out and you click Set as Target. Now, you can time warp a little bit and see which direction your mun is moving, because I can never remember. Okay, it looks like it's going that way. So you want to go over to this side and set another maneuver. And then you can also, one of the things that helps me is if you focus your view. So if you hit focus view, that usually helps me out. But then you just add prograde until your apoapsis is right at the yellow line. I went pretty far past it, but that's okay. And then you're going to see these two little blue dots. So you have this little blue one right here, this little blue one right here. This is where I'm going to be when the mun is right here. So this is as close as we will ever get right now. So now what I want to do is, yep, see, I pulled back just a little bit on that retrograde and it got me my encounter. And then from here, you can now keep in mind that you can leave it just like this and fix it later. Okay, and what I mean by that is it's going to be a prograde burn, so let's just go ahead and I'll show you what happens if I just do it this way. Because what you can do is called a mid-course correction burn. And mid-course correction burns are always going to be cheaper on your fuel than trying to fix things while you're really close to the planet's surface. And you can see this burn is going to be 795 meters per second, and I have 1,747 left. So I'm not worried about the budget at this point. But one of the other things that not a lot of people knew, and I didn't know this when I first started, is you want to cut this number in half. So if it says burn time 30 seconds, that means you want to start burning at negative 15 seconds, at T minus 15 seconds. And you want to burn until T plus 15 seconds. You don't want to wait for this to go to 0. Because the navigation computer thinks that when this hits 0... Oh, wow, I burned a little early, but that's okay. But it thinks that when this hits 0, you're going to go from the speed you were at and add the speed you need instantly. It doesn't understand that we have to actually accelerate up to that speed. It thinks that the speed gets added immediately. So you kind of have to compensate for that manually. Now, when you get to the end of your burn, you want to slow your burn down substantially. It's really hard to navigate these at full throttle. So now, this is our current path. So you can see it's tripping out a little bit because it thinks we're going to miss the mun. And we could. So what I did is I went halfway from our starting point to our destination. You don't have to be exact. Just go roughly in the middle. And this is where we're going to start our mid-course correction burn. And with the mun, you can get relatively close. Like 13,000 is more than close enough. Like there's not a whole lot of gravity that's going to pull you down. And see, that's only going to take me a 0.3 second burn at full throttle. These estimates are always going to be at full throttle. So I'm only going to add 9 meters per second to that. So let's go ahead and fast forward to that. But this is what I was saying, where your maneuver nodes, adding maneuvers at any stage is more efficient than trying to eyeball it, because you can do all this by eyeballing it, but it's a lot harder to do eyeball. And this is the other thing about a mid-course correction burn. You can see I'm 40 seconds away, but mid-course correction burns are so forgiving that I could actually just do it right now. And I got pretty much the exact same line. We're a little bit closer at 10,000 meters, but 10,000 meters is still good for the mun. Now, once you get this far to this far part, you set another maneuver node right at here at the closest point to the mun, and I can tell you, you're going to need to burn quite a bit retrograde to get your orbit. And voila, that'll get you a good orbit. And then, of course, you can switch out here. That'll put me on my retrograde vector down here. And you can do all this manually too. It's just I have it available here. So if you don't have these lock-ons available, you just have to maneuver your nav ball manually. So now we can fast forward to that. Now I'll give that a few seconds, because I can even start this burn quite a bit early and not really have any negative side effects. Whoops, there's a negative side effect right there for you. But that's okay, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to stage out this engine. Go prograde. Actually, we need to go radial out is what we need to do. Because I don't mind landing on the moon for you, but I really don't want to do it in the dark. We're going to try to land in the light. Landing in the dark side of the moon, I do not recommend it. It is not for me. I have not mastered it. I have not done it successfully. So what we're going to do is somewhere probably right here, we're going to start our descending. So now to descend onto the moon, first things first, do I have these set up on an action group? No. All right, so first things first is we're going to extend. Yeah, maneuvers are the best possible way to do it, because you're going to get a lot better of an idea of what to burn and when, as opposed to eyeballing it. But what we're going to do is get over. Hey, look, there's one of my previous landing sites. And then once you get to this point, all you got to do is click on retrograde if you have it available. If not, just aim your nose retrograde. And your idea is to burn all this orbital speed off. You can even click on surface. Now watch. We want to try to kill off all of our horizontal motion. And then you just let it die for a second. Then you can... I wouldn't recommend time warping on your first time, but I'm doing it because I'm running out of time. But now it's just a matter of keeping your descent speed under control and managing your horizontal velocity. So you can see my horizontal velocity is almost vertical. So now all I got to do now is manage my descent speed. And just keep it on that retrograde. As long as you're retrograde, yeah, if you're on the third or fourth node of the tech tree, you should be able to manage it. You might have to get creative with your orbiter, or getting into orbit and stuff, because like I said, I literally just now on this stream figured out how to do asparagus staging. So I relied heavily on solid rocket boosters through a long time. Now, here's another trick to landing on the Mun, is keep an eye on your shadow here. Because the Mun can get super deceptive, because This is not your meters to the ground. This is your meters to the lowest point of the ground. And if you're on a hill or a slope, which almost everywhere on the Mun you are, you'll hit the ground long before that says 0. So all I'm doing is managing my descent speed. I'm watching that shadow. The closer that shadow gets to me, the closer I know I am to the ground. And so for this stage of the descent, I kind of want... You can even do this. So let me build up a little bit of speed. You can even kind of throttle up slowly until you find a sweet spot where you're kind of right in the middle of falling faster and not. And you really want to be around 3 meters per second for the Mun or less. You could survive 6 meters per second, but what's going to happen is your entire ship is going to bounce. And that bounce can be detrimental. So as you get closer to your shadow, you just keep working that throttle up and down a little ways. Right in that sweet spot. And then once you touch down, cut your engine. And I always turn my RCS thrusters on for a quick second to try and help that wobble. Because sometimes that bouncy wobble will get you. Now, another thing that not many people but me do that I don't see people talking about is if you have the choice, I always recommend bringing a pilot, an engineer, and a scientist. The engineer will actually help your fuel efficiency while you're flying. The higher the level, the more efficiency that you'll get. But once you touch down on the lunar surface, don't take your pilot out of the pilot seat, because then you lose SAS control. And watch what happens once I turn off SAS control. See how it's... Whoops, I pushed wrong buttons. Well, these guys are stuck on the Mun forever now. I pushed a wrong button. But that's why we have loads. But the key is to use your maneuvers as much as you can. Even ascending off of Kerbal, using your maneuvers will give you such a better idea of what needs to happen and when, as opposed to just kind of eyeballing it. And then the other thing is just kind of don't be afraid to spend time, saving and reloading over and over again, because I can't tell you how many times I was told before I started playing the game to quick save before you do everything, and if it works, quick save after. And that's just kind of the habit that I got into. I think, in all honesty, it took me about, I would say, 20-ish hours to do a successful Mun landing. Probably between 10 an hour. Yeah, reloading is smart. But I think it took me between 10 and 20 hours to put an aircraft or a spacecraft on the Mun. Min-Miss is a little bit easier and harder at the same time, because there's less gravity than the Mun. So it's kind of easier to get there, it's easier to land, and it's easier to take off. But the problem I have with Min-Miss is controlling my takeoff. So once you take off from Min-Miss, it's really easy to overcook your takeoff and escape the gravity altogether without even meaning to. But with that, I appreciate you guys for dropping in and hitting all the likes and the comments. Jittery, I love you, man. Story, I look forward to playing with you again. Thank you for joining the Discord. I'm horrible about checking Discord and staying up to date on messages, but I'll try to be better. And just make sure you let me know in the Discord one of these days while you're playing or something, maybe I'll jump in the Discord and start a voice chat, and I can talk you through it. But I gotta go. Wife's gonna be mad at me already. It's okay. She loves me. So thanks, guys, for joining. I appreciate you being here. I hope to see you in the next one. But until then, bye-bye.